Test, test. 1, 2, 3. All right, looks like we are live. Good morning, everyone. Hope you're having a good day today. I think today we're going to take a look at the charts. I want to point your eyes out to, hey, good morning, Kirk. I want to point your eyes out to a couple of things today. So let's head over to the charts and check some things out. And we'll see what we can find out for the morning here as we get prepared for the day. So, great. So, today, 10-year bond auction at 1 o'clock. This can provide some volatility, followed by, there's some minor stuff at 10 a.m., minor stuff at 3:15 p.m. So this could help your what do you call it, silver bullet at that time. Nothing too major, but the 1 o'clock p.m. will be interesting because it's the 1 o'clock before CPI Thursday. So typically I don't like trading in the afternoon. I, of course, will be off working come 9 o'clock or 8:50. So let's see. LP trades, what a sight to see out in the street all night shoveling snow. Well, good that you're getting your workout in. So one thing that I want to point out is this real-time hour liquidity void on December 29th through the 1st. So what does that look like? So I mentioned this during yesterday's just a little post yesterday, and looking at price today, I want to point out what I was looking at. So over here is a real-time hour chart. You can see this segment here is a real-time hour gap as we lead up and into this old new week opening gap. Also noting that this short-term low could be, it's a weekly premium SIBI low. So there's a old weekly SIBI that we're quickly approaching. What does that look like on the weekly chart? If you recall, way back here, there's a sell side imbalance that we talked about. We haven't filled it out completely. So what I'm thinking is that we went down, took out this intermediate term high, rebalanced that entire buy side imbalance here, and are heading up towards this area of external liquidity, but within this internal liquidity here on the weekly. So that's what I was looking at on the real-time hour chart. As you can kind of tell, if I pull this up a little bit here, yesterday we had this opening range gap where we just completely traded from here all the way up here. So what we haven't had is distribution to the downside. Same with down here. There's a liquidity void down here as well. So if we do start to see us truly seeing some displacement to the downside, then those are targets which I'll aim for. However, that being said, our real-time hour gap is going to be starting here at this top pink line here. And then we see that over in London, we reached all the way up here. So if I can properly illustrate this, we reached about halfway into this segment between this liquidity void low and liquidity void high. So I'm going to keep this here to represent the opening range high, if I can get it there. And then we'll keep an eye on that. One second. Phoenix, good morning, good Wednesday. Happy traders. Wednesday, agreed. All right, so one thing also to note is that on our daily charts, if we take a look at our daily charts here, We can kind of see a difference between NASDAQ and E-mini, where on NASDAQ, we can kind of see how, let me put this a little bit further up here. So on NASDAQ, we see that we've got this, I guess you could call it November 19th and December 29th high. Over here on E-mini, we have a December high, but November 19th, we don't have a higher high up there. So there is an SMT divergence back here. So we really care about this end of the year 2021 high because that kind of correlates with this high up here. So what do we have before then though? We have this short high with this short high and these relative equal highs and this, let me make my pointer local. So these are relative equal highs there. So this high at March 30th, 2022, that kind of like correlates with this high here. So we can see how S&P has already reached up into this higher gap and is on its way. It retraced to its intermediate term high here, so that's to be expected. But in general, E-mini's taken out this area, whereas NASDAQ has not yet. So from a Six Sister concept, this area of liquidity is... good morning, Delphine. Looks like my chat disconnected here. Sorry about that. OBS and my internet is definitely not working properly. So let's go. Okay, so as we kind of see, or sorry, not ES, NASDAQ. Sorry, that was a little bit flipped. So NASDAQ is on the left side, E-mini's on this right side here, and NASDAQ's already traded up and through this March high. E-mini is the one that needs to be followed up as a Six Sister. I apologize, I misspoke there. So you know what I mean though. So in general, E-mini is likely going to have a faster movement higher if it's going to take out this short-term high here from March of 2022. So keep an eye on E-mini. I think all of y'all who are trading E-mini are going to have a good time to the upside. As we get into the end of the week, that window for us to make higher highs starts to close off a little bit. If we start to see on the NASDAQ, if we start to see like, lower highs, we've already seen a lower low. So if we start to see lower highs and we start to see us reject from this weekly SIBI or maybe the old new week opening gap, then we'll have to see if S&P takes this high, and if NASDAQ makes a lower high. That's what I'll kind of start to look for as we get into the middle to late January. Just because I don't know if NASDAQ has the pushing power that S&P is going to have. Because once we get above this high, the only other areas of liquidity are the previous highs at 2021 or so. So, and that would mean that E-mini would coincidentally need to not only take out this high, but also this high as well, for both to make all-time highs within the past couple of years. So we're going to keep an eye on that. So Delphine, hello. Ali Alavi, hello from Oman. Good to see you. I actually have a couple friends that just moved over to Oman. Want to definitely visit there sometime. That'd be really cool. I do need to take care of one quick thing. And let's make sure. All right. There we go. Okay, we are good to go. Okay, so what do we expect for today? So let me move E-mini back over here so that I can take a look at this a little bit cleaner. Let's take a look at the lower time frames on this chart now. So on the daily, remember new week opening gap, we traded lower first. And then we had one Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We have a little bit more to this SIBI low, and that would take us also to the real-time hour gap low of that short-term low in the real-time hour gap area. So I'm looking to see if price trades up to there. We'll want to note a couple of things here, right? So previous days high. I'll want to note that being 16868.50. Buy side, let's say previous day, we'll call it. Let's see if I screwed that up or not. There we go. All right, so we'll capture some of this here. And we'll call that January 9th. -1, oops. High. See if I can make that. It's across all charts, good. And now I can have that on my hourly chart. We'll show that in a little bit. Another thing I'd like to emphasize, I'm going to move this over a little bit. So we moved through this weekly BISI pretty quickly, as you can see. Traded down into it, did not reach the midway point, but we reached roughly the top 25% quartile. For example, if I throw a fib from the BISI low to high, and we take a look at the swing grades here, we can kind of see that we dropped down to roughly the 25% mark and then headed higher from there. So that to me is really quite telling. We also note that the Asia range from yesterday is the exact same Asia range. Like literally, you take the range from yesterday and you move it to today, maybe one or so pip outside of that. So we see that we accumulated during Asia, broke down. Let me go grab my midnight opening price. We're going to move that over here. And I want to make sure I'm placing this appropriately. So midnight open being 16,828. 16,828. All right, so let's have that there. Okay, so we have our midnight open set. We have an idea. We can kind of see how when price headed down below here, we could take longs, and London, you benefited from that greatly. Now, what's happening now is that we're reaching this Asia high once more. So I'm going to keep an eye on that price action. If we can reach Asia high once more, I need to get this ready here. I'm looking to see how we react from Asia's high there. So I'm looking to see. I have this previous day's high, and that will transpose to, of course, that'll transpose over to our today chart. But I also want to have the 50% mark of this daily wick in mind as well. So we will post this here. And what is that? 16724.75 roughly. Move this away. And we'll mark that as a potential sell side liquidity. And we'll make sure that it's available on all charts. And I'll mark that here as ooh, excuse me. This is a call it a downwick consequent encroachment. So we'll pay attention to that level as well. Okay, so let's remove this. All right, so we have this weekly bearish order block too. Let me take a look if that's still valid to refer to. We traded up to it, down, and now we're trading up back through it again. I don't think that, I think that there'll be other liquidity to refer to, but I'll keep that there for the time being. We've already referred to it and traded to the midpoint of that wick up here. So if you take a look at fib right there to take this entire thing as one order block, we traded up past the midpoint and closed above past that midpoint. So I'm not going to refer to this order block anymore. I'm going to refer to the outstanding liquidity above that order block. So I'm going to take that order block off of my charts, because if it heads down there, it's going to refer to that down wick consequent encroachment as well. So I'm going to get rid of this item here. Get rid of that to keep our charts a little bit cleaner. And we can keep this high still there. We know that this was a mitigation. It can and potentially could still drop pretty heavily around there. I think it's going to be important to refer to all this week, so we'll keep it there all this week. Let's head down into, so we've got our previous day's high. We note that here. And let me make sure I can see that on the hourly chart. I can. Okay, good. So this is the previous day's high. Very easy to see. So right now we're digging into Asia's range. If we are expecting us to continue to expand, this buy side imbalance on the hourly is kind of our, we have a bullish order block here. We're right in the middle of this hourly buy side imbalance here on the hourly. So we're keeping an eye on what price does around this segment of price. Let's extend this just a little slightly out here so we can see, make sure I have my values there correctly. There we go. All right, so we want to see, does price reach down below London's low? So that's another key level we want to have on our charts, right? So from a daily perspective, if it does get down below this down wick, then of course this is our next area of liquidity down there. So we want to capture that too, as it is a buy side imbalance as well. Okay, so what is that low? 16658.50. I don't think it's going to head that low, but price has surprised me in the previous day. So we'll call that it's 1 day low. And I'll also mark that here, minus 1 day, downwick, consequent encouragement. Great. So we have our previous days high. I don't really, I mean, I could refer to the open, but the thing is the midnight open from today is so close to that I'm not even going to add another line. So we have our daily chart values written up. Let's take a look at the 4-hour chart. Oh, sorry, I'm missing some of these chats. So Mike V Silver Bullet. Actually, let me take a look at this. I like where we're going with this movement here. Did we go below midnight open? We did not. I would have liked to have been a buyer there. But that's okay. So we can kind of see how we reacted at that hourly BISI. So we'll see how this pans out. There are a couple of things that you can aim for next. I do think that we have some room to continue higher, but let's see if we get displacement lower though. So, okay. So anyways, let me remove this here and let's take a look at the 4-hour chart. Okay. So one thing that I don't like for the upside, even though we are bouncing from here, one thing I don't like about that is that we have a 3 drives pattern so far. And that's driven up. It hasn't driven up into a key. Oh, wait, let me check something here actually. What is this level? So that's a mitigation block there. So I think that from a long perspective, need to be maybe a little bit careful. Because I did not notice that before. And we can kind of mark this as a daily. Let me see if that shows up on the daily or not. Okay, so this previous day's low, roughly not quite this low, but you know, we have a short-term low on the 4-hour chart. We had a drive up, second drive up, third drive up. And so right now, while we are bouncing off of a hourly buy-side imbalance, this pattern going up into a premium is there's potential for it to strike lower from here. I don't know if it's going to, but right now I'm positioned on the buy side, but I'm going to be nimble today. It is the day before CPI, so I think that merits a little bit of safety here. What we could trade up to right now is 16,861, and kind of see those relative equal highs up there. I think that could be a place to take potential place to take profit. And then of course, London's range high would be the potential target for the day if you can expand higher. But for the time being, let's go down to the hourly chart since we are looking at the 4-hour. Let's look at the hourly chart. So here you see that Asia's range here, London's range here. Something I want to denote is London's range high for the day. So let's make sure that we have that. We'll mark it as potential buy side liquidity. And what is that high there? 16907.25. And we will call that London high, buy side liquidity. And of course, if we mark London's high, we must mark London's sell side liquidity as well. So what is this? 16806.75. So all these will be referring to in some way, shape, or form today. Let me just make this at 5 o'clock on today, and we'll make that available on all charts. So it's sell side liquidity. Great. Sell side liquidity here. So now we've got our, so remember, Asia's range, London took out the lows and the highs and has now started to trade up again. Just to give you an idea, you can kind of see what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking for us to take out this short-term high here if possible. I don't want to keep this chart trader on though because it clutters the view. But we took that bounce off of that hourly buy side imbalance and are looking to see if it will head any higher, because this could serve as a bearish order block too. So we're really careful here with what price is doing. So we're keeping an eye out to see. So far on the 5-minute chart, it's rejected off of a bearish order block there, but I think it can head higher still. But let's see if it gives it to us or not, or if it just dies from there. So anyways, you have our London range defined. This is our dealing range for today. Where does that leave us in terms of estimated premium and discount, right? So actually we can keep it on this one. So so estimated premium and discount is roughly within this dealing range, right? So what does that mean we reach down to? We reach down to optimal trade entry. And now, right now, we are expecting price to at least hit this short-term high. We'll see if we actually get it. We kind of stopped one tick below that, but I think we're gonna have a little push up above there, and then once we take that, so we just took that out. I'm gonna move my stop to just below this order block here. Actually, I think I can move it to this. Yeah, I should be able to move it to this bullish order block here. So let me see if I can zoom in on that a little bit. So we have one runner. We're going to move our sell stop to in profit, and we'll move it to just below that bullish order block there. Honestly, it shouldn't even have to trade down into the midpoint of this consequent encroachment of that. So we'll move it to the 75% mark of that. So, and we'll just leave this for the rest of the day. We're going to target the liquidity at London's high. If it stops me out during open, then whatever, you know, no big deal. This is why we keep a runner on there. Sorry, I missed a couple of chats. Expansion, please. What's the dark shaded area in blue time zone? Yes. So expansion. So in this blue area, 1 a.m. to 5 a.m., this is a Forex London kill zone. In ICT's in some of ICT's lectures, you'll see them refer to 2 o'clock to 5 a.m. It's about the same. That's fine. But the 3 to 4 a.m. zone, typically, I say typically because typically that's where you want to start looking for potential ICT silver bullet trades. So what does that mean? So let's take a closer. Let me remove chart trader here. Let's take a closer look at that on the lower time frame here. So So keep in mind, before London, you saw us trade below midnight opening price. So naturally, also given market structure for the week, you know that we started down here. So we're still relatively bullish on the week because we're in weekly expansion mode, but we have CPI week too. So keeping that in mind, London traded up from 1:50 or 2 in the morning, London open, up to this mark here. So right around 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock, there's always some sort of fair value gap that gets targeted to trade to and from. So a couple of things that you can start to incorporate is there's always going to be 10 handles or 12.5 handles every day in these ranges, right? So what might you look for here? Naturally, if you're bullish, you might be looking for something like price to react around here, for example. Or you might look down and see, okay, well, we also had, and let's assume that you didn't see anything past 3 in the morning, right? So a couple of things that you could have targeted would be this fair value gap, right? On the minute chart. And you kind of see how we've traded up, from this bullish order block, we traded down to that bullish order block, we traded down to this fair value gap, but we didn't trade to this fair value gap, right? So naturally, if you draw that out over time throughout the 3 o'clock to 4 a.m., you start to see how there's many different places you could have referred to in order to take a long that would have generated quite a decent run if you would have taken this simply to this liquidity high. Even if you missed the lower one, and entered on the low of 16,849, you would have still gotten 10 points out of that, at least, right? If you entered at the top of this. Now, if you entered down here, down at 16,847, or actually, no, the low here is 16,842, and took it all the way up to this take of buy-side liquidity, and held on this whole time, you would not have gotten stopped out. In fact, you would have taken profit around here, which would have been 16,861, almost 20 points. So that is the silver bullet trade. There's always going to be 12.5 handles on NASDAQ, or, and that's what Mike V was pointing to. There's always 12.5 handles on NASDAQ to be taken, or 5 handles on E-mini S&P to be taken. So just as heads up, that's what that section is there. Looks like we got stopped out there. Looks like we retraced down to that bullish order block there, and we got stopped out. That's okay. No big deal. We didn't want to see it head back down to the 50% mark of that, but it did. So be it with our stops. Maybe it trades higher. Totally fine if it does. No big deal. We'll take that $50 for this morning. Okay, so what else do we see here in this dealing range? Well, we traded down to optimal trade entry. I don't think we're done. I think that you can kind of see how we traded to this just above this bullish order block and rejected or bounced higher. And I think there's still room for us to head higher. Oops, what did I just remove? I just got rid of something, but I don't know what I got rid of. That's the only problem with NinjaTrader is when you delete something, there's no Control Z. All right, so let's keep this here to note. Let me kind of move this over a little bit here. So this high was 16,868.50. Let's make sure this value is the same. Okay, so you've got the hourly high, previous day's high, previous day's low. And you've got your London sell side liquidity, London buy side liquidity there. So I'm going to switch over to a different account now. to play. So again, like, I raised my stop way too high there. So it does look like price is going away after taking out that. I should have probably kept it below this bullish order block here. As we do see, we traded down to it and are heading higher. But who knows, that was a plenty movement there for me to gain what I would want. So if I was trading regular NASDAQ E-minis, that would have been a 500-point move, $500 move, right? So 1 hour wick immediate rebalance. Yes, immediate rebalance on particularly trading down and down into a buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. So sell side had to be delivered in this region for it to be appropriate. So yes, Steve A, correct there. Expansion, hopefully that helped. Steve, good morning. Good morning. LP Trades, Johnny, could you please log your trades somewhere in the stream? I don't know how to do that quickly enough to do that. I could, I guess I could leave trades like here, but the problem is I will have to, from a legal perspective, I think I'll have to set this as a actually, I don't know. Let me see. Yeah, because this chooses a specific account, so it's a lot more difficult to track those, especially when I'm, not here. So I could lead these trades, leave these markers there, but I am probably gonna not do that until afterwards, so I can review the trades that we took and why. Mostly because, one, it clutters the charts. Two, it's another thing for me to think about, and you can't be distracted when you're trading. So in the mornings, I will speak to what I'm looking at, what I'm aiming for. That this buy side imbalance was something I was looking at, aiming for London's high. One thing to note, though, it doesn't have to get to London's high, by the way. It could reach this 16897.50 rejection block and just reject there as well. So we're going to keep that in mind. London premium rejection block, we'll call that. So that is one thing that I am noting here, and that you should too, if it is to get up to that place. Right this moment, I'm expecting it to head up there because, remember, I mentioned in the morning, real-time hour, there's a liquidity void waiting to be filled on this upside here. So where we open, we're actually at 16,860 right now. So we're going to open with a gap below us. So I'm thinking it could trade down, take out this area of liquidity first, Judas swing, and then come up to then take out the remainder of this liquidity void up here on the real-time hour chart. So keep that in mind for those who are trading. Keep that in mind and on your charts on the side, and go from there. So great. Let's take a look and see. Let me check my phone real quick, make sure I'm not missing a message. I have to leave to make some food for the wife in a little bit. And I need to check a couple things over here as well. All right, so we are back here. Price is kind of consolidating here for the time being. And so what you want to do today is, I'll be here as well for this. So we're going to see how price trades to 8:30 a.m. in the morning. So far, we traded down to hourly buy side imbalance, and we traded up from there. We're in the middle of this dealing range, which is not a place you want to be taking trades. A couple of key areas you'll want to be watching out for are, of course, the London highs and lows, this dealing range that we're in. We want to watch out for the open, noting that this pink line, and I guess I can move the other pink line too. That was yesterday's dealing opening range gap, but right now this will, price is roughly around here on the real-time hour charts, and this is where the real-time hour charts ended. So you have a little gap down there. I'll move this when the day starts at 9:30, but I'm going to keep this here to not mess with people's view. All right, so today, let me grab this thing here. Oops, where'd it go? All right, so we have a little bit of draw here. Looking for 16897.5 London premium rejection block, and 16907.25, of course, London high. And I don't know if it will get up there, but this 16940, I want to keep that in my mind too, since that is a relative real-time hour chart. I guess we could call it a old short-term low to target. So those are 3 areas that I'm looking into today. And let me see if I can maybe better show that here on the hourly. It's going to be kind of tough to show all the text here. So, yeah, that's pretty tough on the hourly chart. Let me see if it looks any better on the 4-hour chart. Not really. Doesn't look much better on the 4-hour chart either. The 4-hour chart is cleaner though. You can see that how it traded down into this 4-hour. So let me zoom in on this. That didn't help. So you can see how we traded down into this 4-hour bullish order block and have come up from there. So with each of these order blocks being respected, remember we traded down into this order block as well. Create a little dip down below during London, but for this next segment here, we traded down to this bullish order block and are currently trading in the middle of the range there. I think I'll leave the hourly kind of like this. And then what I'll do is I'll move this over here a little bit so I can expand this to the side, and then we'll move this down here. That way we can see the hourly chart a little bit nicer. I think I need to zoom in even further though. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting around this. So I think I'll have to do something like this here. Okay, so we can at least see the levels here. And we see the previous day's downwick consequent encroachment down here. This will get attacked at some point on the way down. You see this kind of like buy side imbalance coupled with this bullish order block. I don't know if it's going to just bust through it on the way down, but it will get attached at some point. Just maybe not today. So we have the previous days wick consequent encroachment, previous day's low, previous day's high. The open is roughly around here as well. It's like right around here. So we don't need to refer to that. It looks like we've already referred to that at some point here. Let me see. Dip Cheap Bao is Asian range on 8 p.m. to midnight. So if you go back and study ICT, you'll those will tell you. Oh man, hold on. Those will give you an idea of where Asian range is. There's plenty of trainings on that on ICTs, but I look at the Asian range from roughly around I guess it'd be, let's see, what it would be about 8 o'clock. Yeah, it would be about 8 o'clock p.m. That's my take on Asian range, but I do recognize that the start, you know, it does start trading at 6 o'clock, or what do you call it, 1800 is when price comes back alive. I use the 20 to 00 range, or 8 o'clock p.m. to 00 range. But test it out. Go back and go through the lectures. There's plenty of Asian range and how to trade Asia range lectures on ICT's channel, and those will be very helpful. The range itself doesn't help. How to use it does help. The lessons on that. Raptiel, hey Johnny, if you would be the market maker and you would want to surge price extremely high through this real-time hour liquidity void to the upside, how would you let price move today, and what would be your objective? That's a really great question. So in order to answer that, I need to take a look at some of these higher time frame charts. So since we busted up through this here, I think I would probably use a Judas. I would prefer a Judas swing to the downside first. I need to see what forms during whenever 8:30 a.m. comes around. I need to see what forms there, because I want to look for the highs and lows that formed before 8:30 to give me a sense of what could be attacked at 9:30, right? So that's what I might not be physically here, but if we get there, because I have to go make breakfast for the wife in a few minutes here, but whatever forms here before 8:30, I would look to see what sell side gets taken, or what kind of liquidity pools could be there. Is there liquidity that hasn't been taken? Are there things like, are there relative equal lows like this, for example? You can kind of see the low here, 16,850. What's the low here? 16,850 exact value. So things like that I would be looking for to have a run on liquidity, so that you can kind of like run out liquidity first, take out old longs, and then rush it higher. Now keep in mind, where we are trading right now is above the previous day's closing price. So what does that mean on the real-time hour chart? That means we're going to open with a gap beneath us, gap lower, or rather we gapped up. So there is a gap beneath us when we open up, if we trade around where we're trading right now. So I would, from a market maker perspective, it would make sense for me to try to take out those early longs, position myself so that I can take their place, and then ride into London's highs, right? London's highs take you up into this area before 16,940, real-time hour liquidity void. Yes, the real-time hour liquidity void goes higher than that, but it doesn't have to head any higher than that, right? Like, there's a nice short-term low that you have here, and it's kind of just waiting there, waiting to get traded to, right? So keep that in mind. It can go higher, doesn't have to, but I would be taking off the majority of the position there if you are positioned long around that time. Okay, let me go back to the 1 hour here. Okay. Sippy low. All right, so I'm not gonna denote this London kill zone low here. You can see it there on your charts pretty easily. I'm not gonna baby that, but Raptile says, so you are saying that you need sell side liquidity that was previously engineered for a Judas swing to be effective so that the market maker will pair those orders from the flood of sell stops. Correct, exactly. Now, if a market is very, very bullish, it might not give you that opportunity. It might only take you to a bullish order block. It might only take you to the consequent encroachment. Let me see if I can. It might take you to a consequent encroachment of a wick only. You need to look for, since wicks are treated as gaps, you need to look for those signatures as well. Could it trade to the midpoint of this, which would be the top of this old hourly buy side imbalance, and then head back upwards? Yeah, of course. It doesn't have to get all the way down here, but could it take this? Could it take these relative equal lows out before it heads higher? I think so. There's an outstanding buy side imbalance beneath there as well. In fact, there's one further down as well, coupled with this whole bullish order block here. So we traded down into it already on the 5-minute chart. So remains to be seen, right? CEZ M1 looks more bullish. 1 minute looks more bullish to me. You're married, Johnny. You're so young, man. Wow. Yeah, I look young, but I'm not really that young. I'm in my mid 30s. So, got to eat well and work out. Okay, so I need to go make breakfast for the lady. So I'm going to leave you here for the time being. Thank you very much for tuning in today. I'm glad we got to share a trade from earlier this morning. You got to see that live. I walked us through that live as we were charting this morning. Plenty of movement, right? So if you got in here, that's roughly 25 handles of movement, right? To where we are at here. From peak to peak, that was over 30 handles of movement. So so I'm gonna head out for now. But I'll be back today. I need to make breakfast for the wife, so, and I'll probably eat as well. So I'll probably be back around let's say like around, I'll try to be back around like 8:15, before 8:30 a.m. news embargo. But if I'm not here, look for those areas of liquidity, whether it's buy side, whether your bias is bullish or bearish. Don't let me influence that. But if you're bearish, look for the closest liquidity that is on the buy side that you would want to take out before heading south. Or if you're bullish, look for the closest liquidity to be taken out that hasn't been taken out before 8:30 a.m. news. And that would give you an idea of where it will go from there. So, okay, so I will be back. Stay tuned. If anybody asks, let them know that I'll be back shortly. I just need to make breakfast for the wife, so I'll be back in a little bit. I'll drop this in the chat as well. Need to make breakfast for the wife. I will be back before 8:30 a.m. news, hopefully. Okay, so be right back, folks, and stay tuned, and we'll be back in a little bit. Make sure you are watching your charts, or take a break and go get some breakfast as well, okay? So we'll see you soon. I'll be back in a little bit. I'll put a note up here too so people can see. Okay, so I'll try and make that nice and big. There we go. All right, be right back, folks. Get it out. Oh, shit. All right. I am back. Let's see if we still have some people here. We do. Awesome. It looks like we did take out the sell stops there. We saw relative equal lows. We saw this heading lower. And actually, you can kind of see even within the fractal of this 1 minute trade, sell stops here. And then you have relative equal lows here, displacement below that. Price came back to it and then took out sell side liquidity again. What keeps getting taken out here? Does buy side keep getting taken out here? No. Sell side keeps getting taken. Lower highs, sell stops taken. Sell stops taken. Engineered sell stops taken. So one thing I want to point out is that duplicate this and make this 50. Oh shit, I almost knocked all that milk over. I'm drinking some chocolate almond milk. Oh wait, I have it here over here. Never mind. Okay, whatever. Yeah, let me close this one here. So one thing to note is I see another 15-minute buy side imbalance down here. So as we get closer to 8:30 a.m., I'm going to be watching this 15-minute. You can kind of see there's a bullish order block here. Higher short-term low. Price gets down here. I will enter long. And we're right around midnight. Sorry, not midnight opening. We're right around midnight opening, but we're also right around previous day's close. So I'm not going to hold my breath for it, but I will. I do see that on the grand scheme of things, major intermediate term lows aren't being broken yet. Today is a Wednesday before, so I'm going to be keeping my eyes out. Wish I'd kept my... Do I have local on this one as well? Local, good. Not local. Okay, there we go. You know what? I probably will keep this duplicated. Let me see if I can keep the 15-minute, because just so that we can get 15-minute on this chart here while we maintain like an hourly view on this side. Okay, I can delete this now. I'm no longer away making breakfast for the lady. Hopefully everybody got some breakfast there. Again, 15-minute. It's really hard to see on this one, huh? I might just keep it on the 5-minute then. So again, 15-minute. For those that weren't here, I'm looking at this buy side imbalance as a last line of defense for longs, with this new week opening gap being right there as well. Price can trade below London low, but if we see major displacement below that, I would aim for this short-term low next, and then I would look for a bearish high, low, higher high, displacement lower, bearish breaker right there. That's what I would look for if we are to trade lower. Again, I would prefer if we don't do that and if we just head higher, but the problem with that is that if you can kind of see on the 4-hour chart, we have a previously old short-term low here, and then we have a high, low, higher high, displacement lower, and then we're trading back up to this, and we're doing a 3 drives pattern up into this as well. So that's what I would look for. If we are going to head lower, disregard this draw on liquidity. I would love it to go higher, but if we are going to go lower, maybe what we see in the beginning of the day is we see us head upwards first and then head lower. I can see two scenarios here because we're in the middle of a lot of different ranges. So we're in the middle, right smack dab middle of the London range. So we need to see price tell us, hey, are you willing to head higher to take out buy side liquidity first and continue your higher time frame run up? I'm of the impression that we will head up until we break past a mid or higher time frame short-term low. So I'm keeping a really close eye on this 3 drives pattern here. And if we get displacement below London low, which is this low here, 16806.75, that's when I'll look for sells to take us down into this 4-hour PD array, okay? Which is roughly around here as well, these areas here. This is the previous Asia's range. This is the current day's Asia range. I think this is a previous inversion fair value gap. I can get rid of that now. Yeah. And the previous day's low. So open, high, low, close. I don't have the open here, but I have the high, low, and a down wick, daily down wick, consequent encroachment here. Remember, we marked that one out here. Let me do one thing to make it a little bit easier. We'll make this a dashed line, as I do typically make my consequent encroachments dashed lines. So that should be easier to see on the chart here. Okay, so about 5 minutes till news embargo. And there's no guarantee that news embargo is going to do anything, by the way. But it is a time when we could see the day prepare for what's going to happen in New York Open. Let me make sure I'm on the right account here. Okay. Fantastic, fantastic. All right, so what am I looking for here? I'm looking for us to head into that 15-minute buy-side imbalance. So that's roughly 16,826.25. And I see a 1, 2, and that'll be a third drive lower into that. So 16,826.25 would be ideal. If you look closer, there's actually a volume imbalance right here on the 15-minute. So I do think we'll trade down to that at least. And then potentially this 15-minute fair value gap that you see here. Okay. That 15-minute fair value gap would also be the right below the midnight opening price, which would allow us, if we are long, if we are biased long, buying below that opening price is going to be really important if we're given the opportunity to do so. When we drop below that price in the London morning, we were able to see that we had a low, high, lower, low, higher, high, and now we're trading back to this portion of the breaker there. So let's see what happens in 3 minutes, right? If we see displacement higher, then we'll start to take things higher. But for the time being, sell stops have been rated, buy stops have not been. So until we see evidence of displacement higher, we wait for this trend, this micro trend, we wait it out as we are starting to see it's consolidating around this hourly buy side imbalance, right? We haven't closed below it, but we have in 2 minutes we will have formed a 15-minute short-term low there. So I'm gonna wait for this low to get taken out, potentially head down to that 15-minute fair value gap, and then go from there. If we don't get that, totally okay as well. I'll look for a displacement above, return back to a bullish breaker, and then I'll take that instead. Aiming for relative equal highs, relative equal highs, relative equal highs, London high, right? Why is my London? Oh, that's weird. There we go. 16907.25. Let's put that there. There we go. The lines weren't connecting. And let's see. All right, so we're seeing a little bit of movement here leading into 8:30 a.m. I like that. So let's see the 1 minute close here. So we saw a shift above this here. So if we maintain a nice big displacement above here, then I think we can take this. Oh, goodness. All right, well, we will wait. I was hoping that that would close appropriately higher, but this is not what you want to see. You want to see big displacement higher first. So we will keep in mind that we are in a 3 drives type pattern. So we will keep that in mind for now. And we'll look to see if we have a sell stop, and then this sell stop probably will get rated. I don't want to see it, if I'm bullish, I don't want to see it go too far below this 15-minute, I guess this 15-minute fair value gap. It can take London's low and then reverse. It can, but again, there are 2 scenarios that we're playing out here, right? One, on the higher time frame, meaning 1 hour, 4 hour, we're seeing a 3 drives pattern up into an intermediate term low, a previous old short-term low, right? Right there. Oh, maybe that's what I deleted. It's low of 16,896. 16,896. Yeah, I think that's what I deleted there. 16,896 prior. All right, so we're trading down into that 15-minute buy side imbalance now. Want to see if we end up seeing movement higher. And we need to see displacement, otherwise it'll continue to fail, I think. Okay, so far holding above that buy side imbalance. We can go into it a few times, but if we are looking to the upside, we looked to enter beneath that midnight open, and that's exactly what we were hoping for. We're not seeing a really, really big market move above that buy side imbalance though. Like, so I have a feeling that this is gonna potentially this is gonna fail, and we're gonna see a drop below this to aim for this low. Real-time hour chart means that we've now traded below that real-time hour chart. Or sorry, the real-time hour close from yesterday, rather. We traded below that now. All right, so sell side still gets taken here. 15-minute fair value gap is probably not going to be respected here, it seems. Let's see. Let's see. I'm in a market maker sell model. Yeah, I can definitely see that. If this breaks much below, let's say this open here of 16813.25, then I think we're gonna head lower. But again, if we hold here, that's a different story. But again, like this 3 drives pattern is really cumbersome. I don't like it for longs. In fact, the breakdown below, if we don't get wicks higher, if we like immediately rebalance here lower, then we're gonna head lower, I think. Sell side keeps getting taken here. And we're seeing a little bit of help here at that 15-minute buy side imbalance. Let's take a look at the 5-minute chart. And it's hovering right at the top of that buy side imbalance. Still plenty of time. ES didn't make a lower low, so let's take a look at that. NASDAQ. Look at my data series. ES is red. NASDAQ's orange. I think ES did. Oh, I see. NASDAQ did make a lower low, but ES did not make a lower low. Yep, I see that. ES is going to be the one that runs higher, by the way. Waleed, it was a good observation on the SMC divergence there. Yeah, dollar has been in consolidation for quite some time now. And when dollar is consolidating, it's really tough to read where price action is going to go. even yesterday, dollar was consolidating quite a bit. It's in a little bit of a range right now. Nothing you can, nothing. It's in a consolidation range. That's just plain and simple. There's cases to be made to go higher. There's cases to be made to go lower. Ultimately on dollar on the higher time frames though, I see dollar recently on the weekly traded up to a bearish order block. So I'm of the impression that dollar is going to head lower generally on the higher time frames, meaning indices bullish for the time being, right? Knock out some stuff here. We're not seeing major displacement to the upside, so that kind of makes me think a little bit whether or not we're gonna make it. Hovering right around New York Open, or sorry, midnight, New York midnight open right now. We did mention during the morning that E-mini, if there's one that's going to go up, it's going to be E-mini. It's a six sister concept, basically. NASDAQ has already breached its May 2022 high, whereas E-mini has not yet. So that's another consideration there. So we traded again down into that, down into the 15-minute fair value gap. Short-term low got taken out, sell side got taken out, sell side got taken out. So if we drop again, if we drop well below London sell side, then that's something that can be considered. Like, we need to see huge displacement beneath it though. I like that we've traded down to Asia's range and are currently supporting this area here. I do like that. So if we end up MSD, I see a potential institutional order flow entry on the 5 minute. Let's see, market, and you're in a sell model, so yeah, I see you're looking for price to head up to this high of 16,830.25 and immediately head lower to take out sell side liquidity. I see that. That could definitely happen. I'm of the impression, since my overall bias is still to the upside, I'm looking for reasons for it to head higher. But again, I'm not going to be married to that all day, but I'm not I'm looking for evidence that it's going to go short here. That this is a high, low, higher high, and a breaker lower than London sell side. So if London sell side gets taken, that will be my indication that we're going to head lower for the rest of the week. Or that we might have had the high here, and that CPI is going to create a Thursday high of week, potentially. If we are bullish, though, we could see maybe London get taken out. Just barely, though, I would say. London potentially could get taken out, but I mean, this 15-minute PD array, discount PD array at that, right? So if we take a look at this here, the dealing range that we're dealing with in London is roughly here to here currently, and we're down at past the 79% OTE. Note the 4-hour wick. 4-hour Eminence Capital. I'm not sure which wick. There's a whole bunch of wicks. This particular one at January 9th, 2024, we traded down to about the midpoint of that, and in London, and headed higher. But again, this 3 drives pattern is really concerning to me for any longs. So I don't think the longs are gonna hold. I think we're probably destined to go a little bit lower. What is the 5-minute? What are we doing on the 15? So the 15-minute closed right at the midpoint of that buy side imbalance. So there's a high probability that we're going to be heading lower here. But need to see a breakdown. I want to see displacement below that 5-minute short-term low. So sell side keeps being taken here. And let's see if we immediately rebalance off the bottom of this buy side imbalance here. Let's see if we come and immediately rebalance off of this. That's what I'll be looking for here. Okay. On the lower time frames, we immediately rebalanced off of that, so I think we're gonna head lower. Just checking a couple of things here. We're at an old new week opening gap. January, let's see. So price does keep on. If it keeps on supporting this, though, that would be quite interesting. I'm not seeing it. I'm still not seeing major displacement to the upside, so if we continue to see immediate, like, rejections off of this, this has had price trade up and down and up and down through it. So technically it's a balanced price range. I think we could head for London sell side if we don't see any more support here. Let's see. What time of day is it? It's about 8:48 in the morning. Need to check a couple things on the other side. There's not a lot of fair value gaps. Really just this one is the last one on the 5-minute chart. Nothing too much else out there though. It'll be interesting to see if the 5-minute chart closes within that if it had closed within that fair value gap in the next 30 seconds, that would have been interesting to me. About 19, 18 seconds. Okay. Again, price still hovering around this old new week opening gap. If we see accumulation here and then we see displacement higher, then that will be another trigger to look for as well. But right now it's kind of hovering between an old new week opening gap. You can see here. Every time equity short-term lows are being taken, yep. 4-hour 9th of January at 2 p.m. So below where we are currently. Gotcha. Yep, I see that. I'm actually referring to the daily downwick here, consequent encroachment here. Technically, I need to put this close here too. This previous day's close was, or open, sorry, it was 16,790. Or I guess this was the open, not the close. Previous day's open. So you have previous day's open, high, the close is somewhere around here, and then the low. All right, so we're now at the low of that old new week opening gap. Let me see if this is still valid. Previous one, yep, that's last week's. I think it's valid. Okay, so we are below midnight opening price now, and we are heading down towards London sell side. Currently in the midst of and let me get rid of these so I can see a little bit clearer now. Actually, we can keep that hourly one there. I'm gonna get rid of the 15-minute one so we can see a little bit clearer here. So again, like all sell side from London to New York. I'm still looking to see how we react, roughly around 16,810, big number. And okay, so we're seeing that new week, the old new week opening gap. We're seeing a little bit of support around that area. Nothing major yet, though. No displacement, no market structure shifts on the lower time frames, even. So nothing yet. Nothing major yet. As I say that, we're starting to see a little bit of movement higher. So let's see if this is sustained or not. I would want to see it head above this short-term high if we do see something sustained. And I'd like to see it go heavily above that high, not just a little pip above those relative equal highs. I want to see displacement above those relative equal highs. If we can't do that, then we're going to head lower to take out London sell side. All right, so we're seeing some movement above. Need to see if it's just a buy side liquidity run on the short lower time frames here. But if we see it hold, then we can start to factor in a potential shift here. Now, notice on the 5-minute though, we traded up to this potential bearish order block, but it's still rejected from that area here. So we're noting that, right? Abraham TK, good morning. Steve A, what makes the new day opening gap invalid? I don't know what makes it invalid. It's valid. If it's there, it's valid, pretty much. You can refer to it. There are some factors where, like, if the new day opening gap's like, 2 or 3 or 4 ticks, then it's typically too small to even consider. That might be something that invalidates it. Okay, so notice how we just had a really short spike above there. And how we are continuing to make lower lows here and taking out buy side liquidity. So I think we're going to target London low today. There is about 33 minutes until New York Open. Let's see if it doesn't tackle London's low, then it potentially could trade down to 16,813.25. Since that is a Also, that it's a rejection block down there. Yeah, absolutely. Anytime. Zico needs to have above 1 point for not really sure what you mean there, but if it works for you, then it works for you. ES. Let's take a look at ES. Dollar looks like it's targeting 1 hour equal highs. Yeah, I could see that. I see those relative equal highs there. That would bode for a nice move lower to London low. Oh shoot, what just happened here? Let's see. What time of day? It's almost 9 o'clock here. I'm watching 16.813 closely, as that is a rejection block before London sell side. And we do see that we're below Asia range. We're below midnight open. 16.813. This is going to be a key level here. If we burst through that, there's a high likelihood we'll head down to London's low. So trying to keep, sorry, I don't have a line there yet. Let me draw that. So this is kind of what I'm looking at to see if this serves as a rejection block or not. Right around this area. Or if we continue lower towards London low. So at this point, there's a good chance that 16806.75 is going to get tackled. And we might see a little bit of retracement higher first, but we dipped below that rejection block area. We are bouncing from there quite a bit. So perhaps that got treated as a rejection block after all. Let's see, wait and see. I'm trading up to a 1 minute volume imbalance here. And let's see, on the 5-minute, we're trading back up to this order block here. So if we head back above this short-term high, we can consider that to have been a bounce at the rejection block down there. If we reject from here, then we're probably going to head down to a London sell side liquidity there. It's so close to it, I can't imagine it doesn't go for it. So we reached the top of that new week opening gap again and are kind of just hovering around that area. It does look like it's started to trade higher. And we're creeping upwards as we speak. And we're starting to see a bit of movement above back into the Asia range. So we just took out that bullish order block or bearish order block there. And let's see if we take out that short-term high here. So we're looking to see if it takes that short-term high out or if it fails here at the Asia low. Check a couple things here. So that was a very nice reaction off of that hourly rejection block there. One thing it has not yet done though is broken a short-term high to the upside. So need to see if it can successfully do that first. Sorry, I missed a little bit of the chat here. Oh, I need to get ready for my work, actually. Sorry. I've got a couple of calls at 9:15, and then I will unfortunately not be able to be on live. So, what are we looking at now? So, we see at 8:30 a.m. we've got this London low, and we have these highs above here. The closest one being this low already. These lows already got taken out to the sell side on this end. You also have sell side wasn't taken out on London. In fact, a rejection block got traded to and through, and then immediately bounced back up from there. So I'm thinking that there's a good chance that that we end up maybe we take London's low there, but there's a good chance that if that rejection block is respected there, then we'll see if we see a displacement higher. That's what we're going to be looking for, right? If we see a displacement higher, then there's a chance that we'll end up heading back to the upside. But until that point in time, we'll have to see if these short-term lows, these higher short-term lows, are able to stick. All right, so unfortunately, team, I will have to leave you for now. I have to get ready for my morning meetings. As I do work, I have my first calls in a couple minutes. So look to I'm still looking for if we see this rejection block stick, then we'll end up heading higher. But if we are bullish, buying below midnight opening price, that cyan line is ideal. We see London drove up quite a bit, so I'm still looking for this week to at least, aim for that real-time hour gap that we had mentioned earlier. So keep an eye out for that. Trade safe today. Be careful. Be careful today, and yeah, just trade safe, and hopefully we'll be able to get some good movements today. What is that? That low is 16,935, roughly around that area. So I don't know what happened to that little box thing, but either way, I'll keep it on the hourly here so we can see a bunch of stuff. All right, so looks like we have indeed seen a nice movement from that rejection block. So next target would be 16,847 and then 16,853. 18. All right, so that's a really nice little run there. And yep, that's a nice little market structure shift there. I think we're gonna end up heading higher. So I gotta roll for a call. So good luck, everybody. Sorry to leave you. I'll try to put notes throughout the day. Take care and trade safe. All right, check, check, check. Microphone looks good. All right. Let's get this show on the road. What did I miss? What did I miss? Well, today I didn't miss much. You saw some of the trades we took today, so it's pretty fun day today. So first things first, I think we don't have really anybody on right now, but that's okay. We're just doing this as a post-market analysis as to what we would have taken, what the best trades would have looked like, and what we would have been looking for. This is the kind of same backtesting and journaling that everybody should be doing at the end of the day. And we're going to do the same just for ourselves, I guess. So hopefully you are able to benefit from this in retrospect if you are watching this. First things first, there's a couple of comments there from Amir Umar. And says, how long have you been trading? I just started content creation and I've been trading for a year now. Still yet to achieve consistency and profitability. Yeah, so I would say I started studying ICT concepts in October of 2022. And it wasn't until relatively recently that I really got super serious versus just like being dumb lucky on some trades. It wasn't until recently that I got super serious and became a little bit more consistent than I am typically. So nobody's perfect yet, always learning, but getting better by far, getting much better. So so it'll take time. If you're studying every single evening, if you're studying every single Saturday, Sunday, and then you work during the week, you know, if you're studying all that time, it's going to catch up at some point. It's going to impact you. You'll be fine. You'll learn over time. You'll start to see some of the same things as well. So plenty of stuff to be done. Don't rush it. It will come in time. There's some things that just take time, and eventually you're going to find your model and you're going to find that aha moment as well. And I think you'll be good. So let's take a look at the charts today and let's analyze what happened today. So as you recall today, this was our draw on liquidity today. We had the 16,897.5 London premium rejection block. That's here. We had the 16,907 London high, which is right here. And then you have 16,940.5, which is a previous SIBI low. But remember what I told you in the morning, right? So if we go to the channel, for everyone that followed some of my hints, yesterday I was eyeballing that real-time hour liquidity void 1229 to 12, right? What does that mean? Well, we are looking at a chart, and let me maximize this. So we're looking at a real-time hour chart here. And we see that there's this liquidity void from 1229 to 12 right here. What happened today? Well, we opened with this fair value gap, or sorry, with this opening range gap. We traded down into this bullish order block, and then we traded up into this liquidity void. Once you traded up through it, high, low, higher high, bullish breaker, and then off to the races. We traded to this weekly level, and we traded to 16,980 level as well. So that's what we call a real-time hour gap, liquidity void on the real-time hour chart. So that was easy to see. That was very obvious of a liquidity draw. So keep that in your notes for another time. Try to journal that, what you saw, what I helped point out, and what you saw today. So how did I know it was going higher? Well, that's one of the confluences that helped me know it was going higher, right? So that was one of the things that really told me, okay, it's likely going to go higher here. The other things. So let's take a look at this range from today. And let's take a look at it on the hourly first, and then we'll go down to a 15-minute chart, and then we'll look at it from a 5-minute and 1-minute chart, and we'll look at the entries that would have been high probability, okay? So on the 1-hour chart, your hourly, Asia range roughly is around here. You'll be able to see it easier on the lower time frames, but for the time being, just trust me that this was the Asian range, this pink little box here. We saw that during Asia and London, we saw London expand upwards. So when we woke up, it was around 6 or 7 o'clock, right? So at 6 or 7 o'clock, you started to see this expand downwards. Remember, I was worried that this was going to turn into a 3 drives pattern into a previous breaker, right? So low, higher, high, displacement lower. And then I was hoping, I was seeing this 3 drives pattern. Let me get this out of the way. I was seeing this 3 drives pattern into a previous mitigation block. So I was worried that we were going to drop there. And we actually did end up dropping there. And remember, if you go back to the beginning of the stream, remember, I was saying we haven't seen a lower short-term low yet. If we see displacement, meaning big displacement below this short-term low, then I might consider it to be a valid bearish breaker here. If it only came to take out sell stops and then traded higher, I was confident that it was going to head upwards into this area here. So you had all these buy stops here. So remember, in the beginning of the day, this is all you saw. Actually, this is all you saw, really, in the morning. So what areas of liquidity are there? Well, we saw we traded above this buy side, took out buy side here. What's left? Sell side in London needed to be taken out, right? So as you can see, what happens right at 10 a.m., we end up dropping down below London sell side, and we end up taking out that area of liquidity, right? So now buy side got taken out. What will price naturally go towards next? Sell side liquidity. Once you see that signature there, once you see that signature on the lower time frames, you're expecting this, right? You're anticipating it jumping up from either this rejection block or from taking out sell side liquidity. We traded both. But we'll point that out on a lower time frame. But just from a higher time frame perspective, this is why you need to be paying attention to these higher time frames. Look at the 4-hour chart, even clearer here. Short-term low, no displacement below it, just a little bit here, and then we rise higher. Now, you don't know this candle is going to be fully green, right? You only have this end of this candle by the time 10 o'clock rolls around, and then you see it dip down here on the lower time frames, right? So it's okay if you didn't get that there. That is a tough one to enter in. So what you want to do, Duke Kyo, hello. Kirk Townsend, good to see you, brother. Always good to see you. So naturally, you see this take out sell stops. What is left? Well, we took out these buy stops. These buy stops must be what remains. And I was targeting I was perfectly okay with the London premium rejection block. It actually reacted quite nicely off of that. But ultimately, we took out buy side and aimed for swing projections. So let's take a look at the 15-minute chart now. Okay. So this is the same chart on the 15-minute. You see this London low, you see this London high. We actually took out this rejection block here, and we took this up to our first area of liquidity here. This was, remember, if you roll back today, you'll see that I had a position on. I was waiting to get 16,884, but it came back on me, stopped me out. what does it end up doing next? It trades down. We have relative equal lows here now. And remember, you don't see any of this yet, right? This is all you see. So as it's going up, we see it take out buy side liquidity here on this short-term high. What's it going to go for next? Well, there's this sell side. There's this relative equal low. And what we see next is we see it price come down and take out that sell side, London liquidity sell side, right? Once it does that, and we see this type of big wick signature here, then you know this is the trade you want to look for a position on. So what happens next is London trades up to the 16,890.75 rejection block. You see a full fair value gap here, bullish order block here. You can take this combination here of this bullish order block with this fair value gap. The fair value gap's easier to enter on, but you might not be able to have a stop that's big enough to suffer this. And what happens here? We trade directly down to that bullish order block twice, 3 times, and then we bust open, right? So that's from the 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock silver bullet trade. Notice how the candle bodies tell the story, right? The wicks do the damage, and the candles bodies tell the story. So notice how the candle bodies never made it below that fair value gap, right? So looking for these kinds of signatures is really important because you now have one down close candle at a key point in time, key reversal. You have another down close candle here, and you can kind of see how these bullish order blocks keep on stacking on each other, right? What does that look like on the lower time frames, though? Could we have had a better entry on a 5-minute time frame? Let's see. So again, same concept here. We took this trade up. It didn't get to where we wanted to. It got stopped out here, then took out London's low. Once we see London's low get taken out, we're now looking for evidence of it heading higher, meaning 2022 model, we look for a short-term high to get violated with displacement. And is this displacement? Well, let's see what the next 5-minute candle close is. So 5-minute candle closes here. Right when that 5-minute candle closes, you can look for an entry around 16,838. Does price go down there? Absolutely. And you can take it to this high here and these highs here. Does price go up there? Absolutely. In fact, it gives you another entry up here on this fair value gap too. Hey, Phoenix. Kirk, ICT took that breaker trade. I think he was trading. So E-mini was actually the better one to trade. So this is the chart on E-mini. If we go down to a 5-minute chart, I think I saw his trade. Actually, let's go to the 1-minute chart. It'll be easier to see here. He took this opening range trade here. He took this trade, I believe. And we saw the low, high, lower, low, higher, high, return back here. Fair value gap remains open. Actually, this is too small for you to see. Let me blow this up a little bit for you. So this is the trade that ICT took. He saw that this was relative equal highs up here. And I think he took this trade here where it came back down into this fair value gap, and then he just started taking this long around here. Now this here, I think this is a slightly different model that he used today. But for E-mini was the 6 sister. So if you take a look at this, on E-mini charts, you can kind of see, I mentioned this during the daytime as well. But you can kind of see how E-mini hasn't reached the March 28th high yet, right? You can see it very clearly over here. What does that look like from a NASDAQ perspective? So NASDAQ, so where's our March high on NASDAQ? This is our March high. Look at how far up we are above that now. So that means that E-mini is from a 6 sister concept, it has to catch up. So that's one thing that would have allowed you to trade E-mini and be super profitable. In fact, I think you can trade E-mini the next day or two and still reap a lot of really good benefits to the upside. So if you are a new trader, I think E-mini is going to provide better upside potential for the day. Kirk Townsend, sorry my confusion. No, you're good. It's close. It was pretty close. I mean, they're similar trades, but back to Nasdaq though. Notice how your 5-minute chart gave you the entries that you needed to in order to get from, let's say this is about 1640 to, let's say you took profit here, 1673. That's 30 handles of profit. And then if you took it all the way up to here, that's about 40 handles of profit. That's a lot of money, right? And then, of course, we reached our premium rejection block on the London hourly. That's easier to see here. So this rejection block here, right? So you can kind of see how we're running from liquidity to liquidity to liquidity to liquidity. It's relatively algorithmic. It's not going to always book this way, but more often than not, it books this way. And what you can see here for the rest of the day on the hourly, on the 5-minute chart, let's look back on the 1-minute chart to see if you could have even had an even better entry. So again, you're looking at these higher time frame charts. You see London drop down briefly. You see the 5-minute drop down briefly. And all of a sudden, you're looking at the 1-minute chart and you're looking at this drop below right there. Do we have a short-term high here? Yes. Do we break above that here? Yes, right? On this candle. We create a fair value gap. Yes, we do. Right here. What does that mean? We've taken out a key level, London session low. We've taken that out again, and we create a fair value gap now, breaking above a short-term high. You now have a market structure shift on the 1-minute time frame. Price heads back down into that fair value gap. You could have set a limit order entry at 16,817. And then at that point, you can take profit here, 16,839, or take profit up at these highs here. Boom. So 817 to 874, let's say 877. That's 60 handles profit. Easy. And you would have never been at risk. If you didn't move your stop ever, you would have never been at risk of drawdown. You see a low, high, lower, low, bullish breaker. Return to that breaker. Continuation higher. Additional return to this breaker. It's not really a breaker, but it's just a market continuation there. And it continues until about 11 o'clock. So around 11, of course, you have a little bit of a drawback here. That would have stopped a lot of people out. But you see accumulation continue. Higher lows. Buy side keeps on getting taken out. So that could have been another trade for you. And of course, we see in the afternoon, we traded all the way up to a swing projection level, and that was it. So there are a lot of really great plays if you were on side. And what does that mean? Well, on the higher time frames, let's say on the daily, for example, on the daily, we knew that we were still looking for price to head higher. We were a little bit concerned when we were reaching this point on Monday, but we busted through that very quickly. So what are we going to be reaching for? Well, we could reach for this new week opening gap next. We could reach for this sell side imbalance next. We could reach for the monthly bearish order block high here next. And this weekly, the remaining portion of this weekly premium SIBI high. A lot of these shorts are about to get squeezed real hard. If they don't burn this down and reach a low below this low by, I don't know, next couple weeks, there's a possibility we end up going for all-time highs. I think so. So I tape read the whole day on the 1 minute, and it was awesome to do so. Great. Yeah. Um, Definitely watch ICT's videos and try to marry the concepts that you study from ICT. Try to marry, like slow it down. On YouTube, you can slow it down to like 50% speed, but try to look to see if you can identify what tools he's using. If you haven't gone through the 2016 mentorship, you might not recognize some of them, but it is so helpful. The thing he's doing when he's going through his video is he's pointing out relative, breaker, relative equal lows. He's pointing that stuff out, and that's exactly the same stuff that you want to be focusing in on, right? So, awesome job, Kirk. Keep up the tape reading. Keep it up, because once it becomes like second nature, you're gonna be freaking beast. You will knock it out of the park like crazy. So that's what happened today. So combined with the theory of the real-time hour liquidity void, now we have upside. So what happens next, right? So on the real-time hour chart, we can see how we pretty much knocked out the majority of this real-time hour gap here. There's still some left above here, so I anticipate we'll probably reach that over Asia or London. And then CPI is likely to take out. So there's a good chance that CPI is going to take out like some longs, some early longs to go longer, or it's going to begin what might be the beginning of the next descent downwards. I don't think that we're gonna use CPI to go downwards, but if it's a hot print, maybe it could. We need to see if it creates a lower short-term high on the daily chart, and then of course we need to see displacement below this short-term low now, because we have that short-term low on the daily. Now we don't see anything on the weekly yet, right? The weekly, we created a short, if this week ends like this, then we'll create a short-term low, a higher short-term low here, and a higher high, higher low. So we're still in trend, technically. What does that leave for us, though, on the weekly chart? It doesn't leave very much for NASDAQ. If NASDAQ hits all-time highs, what do you think E-mini is going to do? If NASDAQ hits all-time highs, what do you think E-mini is going to do? It's going to have a real blow off top type time, reaching that same kind of signature. Now, it could create a lower high as well. It could not take its all-time highs, and it could create a lower high. We would look for that as a potential smart money technique reversal if that's the case, because NASDAQ, if it creates a higher high on NASDAQ, but E-mini does not, then E-mini is going to be the one that falls quickest. Likewise, if E-mini creates a highest high, all-time high, if NASDAQ does not, we can treat that as a smart money technique. So, Kirk, I see the code behind the candle movement. It's like in the Matrix movie. Yes, it is, really. Once you've tape read enough, it's only so many candles that you can see, only so many patterns that you can see. You'll get it eventually. So, okay, so this is the real-time hour chart. Let me take it away for now. That was crucial in today's price action. It's not always going to be crucial for you to read, but it was crucial in today's price action specifically. So, great. So I think that is it for today. We definitely had a great day trading today. Be careful before. Don't try to position yourself before CPI. Look for what gets taken out with CPI, and then you can look for the trade. Look for the liquidity that gets taken out first, and then you can trade the second leg of that. Any questions from the audience right now? I want to make sure that you guys have a chance to ask some questions if you're listening. Thank you so much for listening, by the way. Really appreciate you being here. I love that you're still here listening at 5:22 p.m. on a Wednesday, when you could be doing like so many other cool things. I appreciate you having me here. And yeah, any questions? Any questions about different things that happened today? Any questions about what's going on? Not seeing too much come in, so sounds like pretty much people are pretty sound. So nobody really needs me to stream. I can just stop streaming. Everyone's good to go. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna stream anyways. Okay, so okay, good. Good. Deep cheap y'all. I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly, but yeah, absolutely. Glad to have you here. And you know, Will Mohammed Mir, what broker do you use? Yeah, that's a good question, Mohammed. So I use a broker called NinjaTrader, but I use it through so if you go to my YouTube and you go to this link, you'll see a few links here. The Apex Trader special link is where you'll get my code for the discounts. And then, of course, the trading computer I use is this one here. It's a link to the Falcon trading computer there. So if you go to Apex Trader Funding, the programs that they have either use Rhythmic and NinjaTrader as their broker, or further down, you can have Tradeovate and NinjaTrader. You can have Tradeovate to trade with TradingView. So I use those to trade, and yeah. So what you see in the background is NinjaTrader. What you see here, this is all NinjaTrader. I love the setup. Once you learn NinjaTrader, it is so cool. TradingView is good too, but Jelly, I just found your stream. How'd your trades go today? Trades went well. I mean, we had one segment make 800. I think one run was 800. I think another one 42. This one made $50, and I think the other one made like $600. So yeah, like, you know, not bad of a day. These are all performance accounts, by the way. So yeah, I'm happy with today's trading. I am humbled to not think that I'm a god, though. Just today was a really good trading day, very easy to read, simple price movements on a Wednesday expansion. So yeah, thanks for coming, Jelly. Appreciate it. Let's see. Dipchi Bao. Oh, it's a silver bullet, aka SB, that I said this morning. Sorry for confusing you all. Gotcha. Yeah. I think, yeah, I noticed that later when you were answering someone else's questions. So, Mohammed Mir, I just saw you on a search. Can you tell me a bit about your history of trading? I've been an ICT student since 2014. Oh, wow, you're OG. Yeah, so history of trading, got my ass handed to me on options when I first started back in probably 2017 or 2018, maybe. Actually, no. It was a little later than that. It was maybe 2019 that I really started like YOLOing with options, and I was studying all sorts of things. I was studying like, you know, pattern candlesticks, patterns, you know, using Ichimoku clouds, trying to use Heikinashi, and trying to use like, you know, EMA crossovers, SMA crossovers, combinations of the two. You know, Wyckoff theory. I was trying to look at all that. And I was failing miserably at all of that. I lost so much money. But eventually, one of the mentors, my boy Plunger, he's such a cool guy. He connected me with another friend of mine, Sneaker, who put me onto ICT in October of 2022. So I started studying the 2022 model, the 2016 model. At the time, those were, and like OTE market maker models as well. I just went on a consuming binge and, like, you know, took massive amounts of notes, and just really went deep into it to reset my brain. And about a year later, I'm feeling confident to really start to trade, really stay focused, stay disciplined. So August of 2023,
my first video comes out on YouTube and my first live stream of price action. You'll see, like, throughout the different days of price action, you'll see me blow up accounts and stuff like that too. But over the past few like months, I would say, I really started to learn to stay diligent, to really focus on the plan. What is the plan? And really hone in really specific things that I look for. There's only a few things that I look for now, and if they are there, then I take the trade. If not, then I don't. Um, but I have a 9 to 5 as well, so I can't trade the whole day. I have to finish my trading pretty much within this time frame here, this New York Open kill zone, because I have meetings at 9 o'clock, right? I happen to take a really nice trade midday because I had a break, but that's not always guaranteed that I'll have that break, right? So I had to change because I work 9 to 5. I have to make sure that I'm awake for the 6 a.m. to 7:30 to 8:30 type time frame so that I can catch a trade in this window, be done for the day, and then finish my day job, right? So I am able to continue to trade here, and that's my jam. That's what I'm going to be focusing on, right? That's all I really care about. So, Silver Bullet, Jelly, what concepts do you trade? Actually, I'll answer that in a question, but I need to answer Mohammed Mir's question first. So can you show statements of your accounts? This question comes up from people that don't know how to trade, which is really bad to say. Don't be offended by that. Nobody cares about these statements of accounts. Like, who cares what money somebody else made? I don't care what ICT made, but I know that he can trade because I see what he does and how he tape reads, right? So a statement of accounts doesn't matter, but being able to forecast price day in, day out, that does matter. Whether you're trading 1 micro or 1 mini or 10 minis or 100 minis, it's all the same. It doesn't really matter. If you can tell where price is going, it won't matter what you do. You could trade on demo and it would be phenomenal. Somebody on YouTube who can read price action and tell where the market's going on a demo account, like, I will follow them all day and watch them all day on YouTube, every single day. I would love to see really seasoned, very methodical, disciplined traders, and I don't see that enough. But that's something that you just need to keep to yourself, because if you become $1,000, $10,000, 100,000, millionaire, you're still gonna keep trading, right? Like, you don't care if somebody makes 10 million and you only made 1 million, or if you make 1,000 and somebody made $50. Like, we're all making money. That's the cool part. Like, we're making money by reading price and trading. How cool is that? Like, so yeah. Awesome. Great question. Thank you for asking that, Mohammed. But I think it would be better to keep your statements to yourself so that people don't, you attract some really weird attention when you start telling people what you make, So, Jelly, let me get back to your question there. What concepts do you trade? So, what concepts you trade? I trade Inner Circle Trader. So if you go to Inner Circle Trader here, Michael Huddleston is actually the guy that I trade with. All of his concepts here. He actually shouted me out 2 days ago, which was super cool. I still can't believe that. But if you go to his playlist here, all of these playlists have gold in them, and you can study ICT every single day for the next couple of years, and you'll still have something to study. But that's what I study, Jelly. I would recommend, if you're thinking about it, just like ICT says, try to erase everything retail that you've learned and whatever people have told you, and start with the 2022 ICT mentorship, and then get into the 2017, or it's a 2016 model, but 2016 mentorship, but this 2016-2017 mentorship should be something that you look at next outside of the 2022 mentorship. And then any of the market maker and OTE pattern recognition any of those are phenomenal. Market Maker series, Forex Market Maker series. This was a phenomenal video compilation. So, oh, cool. So Jelly, you trade ICT as well. Mohammed Mir, it has to do with showing real trades with real money. Yeah, I showed a couple of trades on performance accounts earlier today. You can always go back. I don't remember what time stamp they are at, but I showed you can see the entries and exits. I think, let me see if I have, could probably find them here, honestly. Gosh, let's click on this. Oh, we have ads here. So somewhere here, let's just give me somewhere here. So I think that was the second trade. And then this was, I think, let's see. So sometime around, gosh, this was 9:30. Let me see if I can pull this up. Sometime around 9:30, you can kind of see how you see my entry here. You see my stop loss. It gets stopped out, by the way, just a forewarning. This thing gets stopped out. You can kind of see, I don't look at the dollar value. I only look at the pip value. And I have all of my draws on liquidity written out beforehand each day, what I'm looking for. And you can see the entry here. You can see well, you can't see the take profits because I don't have the markers on here, but you can see where I'm aiming to get out and, stay there. So got those there. I don't really put the markers there until after the fact. Like if we review it later, I will pull open the data and show the entries and exits and take profit levels. Like for instance, I think for this one, you can go to data series and you can plot markers. And I think somewhere along the line, you'll start to see, so here, you'll notice that this was the trade that we took. We took profit here, and then got stopped out here. That was that same trade that you saw earlier. But it's so much clutter that I wait to show that after the fact typically. And I try to keep this chart trader off so the charts are clean. Jelly, yeah, I caught the 1025 Eastern Unicorn model long, 1025. Oh, beautiful. Yeah. I think one thing to watch out for is that NASDAQ on TradingView is slightly different, so I need to go here. I think I'm hoping, were you trading on, let me see if you were trading on 1025. Yeah, that was a unicorn trade. Low, high, lower, low. Bullish breaker here. Forming, but 2022 model, right? So, yeah, that's a beautiful trade. Great job, Jelly. Amount made on the trade doesn't matter. I only look at pips and percents. Awesome, Mir Mohammed. That's dope. Jelly, profits made is all based on your current capital. Absolutely. People if people only risked like 2%, they would survive all of these challenges so much longer. And you can still make a lot of money with micros. I mean, you can make a ton of money with micros, actually. And you won't be risking nearly as much. That's just even the better part, right? Let's see. May I ask, Diep Cheap Bao, may I ask what server you are using right now? Is it Thinkorswim? I'm using MT4, but I wish I knew how to use Thinkorswim, to be honest. Yeah, so Diep Cheap Bao, I'm using something. So if you go to, let me see if you go to my YouTube and you click on these links, this Apex Trader funding, this is a prop firm, and so you have to pass an evaluation before you get to the performance accounts. I'm trading only performance accounts right now, but you'll end up using a broker called Ninja Trader. That's what you see in the background here. I do also subscribe to Trading View, which is what you see this tool here. I have the highest subscription there, so I can see, seconds as well. But I don't use this as much. I only use this really for dollar, to look at dollar index. But I know people that trade with Trading View, which is this one. You can trade straight off of Trading View here, which is kind of cool. I might do that later with AMP futures. I might just test it out, So if you go to Apex Trader and you get a evaluation account, you'll be able to trade using Rhythmic in the back here. I don't like Thinkorswim. Thinkorswim has got a really ugly user interface, but they do have the ability to have free real-time equity trading. So I think they have real-time equity trading and options trading for demo trading. So so hopefully that helps. Diep Chi Biao. Let's see, Jelly, it was on the 1 minute. So you took a 1025. Yeah, it was on the 5 minute as well. I mean, you saw this. There was this fair value we got basically. It was on there on the 5 minute, on the 1 minute. It's all there. On the 150K funded account, I only risk 0.25% per trade. Cool. I think, yeah, I mean, if you keep risking that, then it just eventually that money compounds, right? So I think that's awesome that you used 0.25%. My trades range from 0.5 to 1% to 2% to, on occasion, 3%. If it's a really, really nice setup like today was, I used about 3 to 4% on that setup here. And it was a phenomenal trade. Phenomenal. I only trade micros for the time being because the accounts are still in that kind of like low trailing drawdown kind of range there. But yeah, I think that I've probably, I don't know, it's probably like probably should be about a month. I'm aiming to be able to withdraw something this month maybe. So we'll go from there again. I haven't traded my big account in a while. I have a much larger account that I've forced myself to stop trading and trade in the lower amounts so that we can kind of like make it relatable and that anybody can do this. If I can do it, then anybody can pay 30, 40, 50 bucks for a prop firm, pass it, pay their, 50, 80 bucks a month or 150 bucks per lifetime, and kind of just keep on trading that, each day, it's all good. So, okay, so I think that's it for today. Let's see, Jelly. Yeah, I would typically want to risk 1 to 0.5%, but with the Top Step rules on funded accounts, it can be pretty risky. So you're using Top Step. I have some friends that like Top Step as well because you can take out money faster, I think, on Top Step. But I think Top Step has some really weird rules because with Top Step, any money you take out, that counts against your trailing drawdown continues to trail with you, right? Or I don't know. I'll have to look into Top Step's rules. With Apex, the trailing stops at the minimum plus $100, and then you're good. It stops trailing you the rest of the time. So I like that about Apex. I like that it uses Ninja Trader. I really enjoy using Ninja Trader now. The only issue I have with this is that it doesn't really have a good mobile. So if I'm really, really away, like on vacation, I want to trade, there's really no mobile experience for Ninja Trader, right? Christian Carranza. Hey, Johnny, I'm having trouble making an accurate morning bias. Do you have any tips? Yes, I do. So, Christian, so in the morning, you need to think everything starts with the higher time frame charts, right? Your monthly, your weekly, your daily, your 4-hour. Everything, regardless if you're trading in the morning or the afternoon, everything starts on those charts. You need to be charting on those charts, finding the key levels and finding where the weekly candle is likely to expand or contract to. Once you know that, that makes the intraday trading much easier in terms of determining your bias, right? So I knew that this week was trending to be a more bullish week. So each day, especially on a Wednesday, I'm looking for the opposite in the opposite direction of where I want it to go. So say I want it to go up, I'm looking for price to go up. I want to look for evidence to the sell side for sell side to be taken so that smart money can enter in the best possible place. And what does that mean for the morning, right? So if you look at my morning setup, all I have during the morning before, let's say even before 7 o'clock. So all you have access to is you have access to what happened yesterday, right? So the opening, low, high, close. You want to have that data on your charts. Put that last day or two's data on your charts and then make sure you see those levels, right? Because those levels are important. They're going to be referred to. So what you want to do is have at least the previous day's levels because they will be referred to. Look at how Asia dropped down into this fair value gap and then bumped up, right? What did we aim for? We aimed for, in London, what did we aim for? We aimed for this relative equal high. So when you're creating your morning bias, you look at the previous days. Once you've looked at the previous days, you now take your Asian range. One thing that might help you is there's a, I forget which module it is, but if you search Inner Circle Trader trading the Asia range, you'll find a beautiful video about telling you about, hey, how do you use this Asian range and think about price and how price books after the fact as you trade in the morning. So when you typically wake up, like I wake up around 6. If I'm lucky, I'll wake up at 5:30, make food, and then be on by 6. So I'm thinking, okay, what has transpired already in London and Asia? We have accumulation, we have manipulation, we have expansion, distribution, right? So if I'm going to see expansion during the New York Open session, I want price to come back down into a discount. So we have from this dealing range low to this dealing range high, 50% is the equilibrium. So anything below that is discount. Anything above that is premium on this specific day. So once you identify where is discount and where is premium, if you are bullish on the week, you want to be looking for entries where it comes down into a discount in order to take out sell stops here, like it does here. I took this trade here briefly, right? And you want to identify, okay, well, do we see any lower lows here that could be taken out? If so, we have a London low. That's important. We might not refer to that ever, but it is important nevertheless. So once we start to identify that, hey, our higher time frame bias is bullish, we start to look for return to sell side liquidity. And where could the biggest sell side liquidity be? Is it in Asia? No, because London took out Asia's sell side. Is it in New York Kill Zone Open? No, London's still lower than that. So I'm waiting. This whole time I'm waiting for a setup. Did it take it out here? No, but this could act as a rejection block. It trades down into it and then heads higher. You could have still made a pretty penny on this move here. I did. I took that trade. And then what happens at 10 o'clock? Now, London low. This London low that you've been marked out, you've had this marked out since 5 or 6 in the morning when you woke up. You now know this is a key level. If you're bullish, you're going to be looking for evidence that it is not going to stay at this level long. It's just going to come down, take all those market sell orders out from everybody that went long here and here. They're going to market sell to freak out and get out of their order. And now smart money's pairing it with limit long orders. And that, you look for your signatures that ICT teaches you, and you can then enter. Kind of like how Jelly mentioned he entered at 10:25. You can then enter when your plan says that you can enter and go from there, right? So it's all about starting with your higher time frame analysis. You have to be a master at the monthly, weekly, daily, 4-hour charts. Focus on charting that. Focus on charting that well. Study ICTs. Go through the 2022 model, go through the 2016 model or charter membership, and try to understand how and why price books to certain places. Because once you draw it out on your charts, it'll be a lot easier for you to reference those key things. So hopefully that helped, Christian. You'll need to do a lot of back testing as well to show your brain that, hey, when this happens, when a sell stop, a raid on sell stops happens, likely it's going to give me this pattern. It's going to show me that it's going to head higher, and this is what it looks like. Same way for on the buy side. If we're looking to go short, you look for, hey, it's reached a really key level. I'm seeing this signature. I'm going to take that with my stop here and my take profit here. And even if it gets stopped out, more often than not, those setups, as you backtest and as you look at day over day over day over days, different price actions, you need to be backtesting and journaling. What did you see? What did it look like? How did it perform that day? What was my higher time frame bias? And how did the lower time frames perform at that time? So Christian, if you go to youtube.com/innercircletrader, and you go to the playlists here, to start your ICT journey, I would recommend that you begin on, I recommend you begin on Market Maker Primer and the 2022 ICT mentorship. Those two combined are really good to get you started. If you want to go deep into the material and really understand the tools, you're going to need to study really hard the 2022 mentorship, as well as all of these 2016, 2017 mentorships here. These teach you everything that you need to know to create a model for how you want to execute. Once you're done studying these, then you can go into some of the stuff that he's releasing now. But that's where you want to start. I think it was the module was Inner Circle Trader Trading Asia, implementing the Asian range. So obviously you're taking this out of context, but this implementing the Asian range is a really, really good video. So that's if you're going to trade New York Open session. Okay. So hopefully that helps. Yeah, hopefully that helps. AVS Phoenix, boom, I agree. Christian, let's see. Thanks so much, Johnny. What'd you say? Okay, gotcha. Okay, so everybody, I am gonna call it a day for today. I need to wake up early to see the wife off as she is traveling this week. I will be physically in the office tomorrow, so I will not be here. I will be here in the early morning, like preferably 5:30, 6, 7, 8 p.m. Or 8 a.m. I'll be here about from like 6 till 8 a.m. I hope, and I have to physically go into work. So just like Tuesday, I will be trading in the morning if there's a trade. I'm going to likely not trade at all because it's leading up to 8:30 a.m. CPI. The trading doesn't work well for morning session traders like myself. I would just wait until after 8:30 a.m. So tomorrow, do not enter a trade before 8:30 a.m. Don't hold a trade into 8:30 a.m. Let 8:30 a.m. show you what liquidity did it take out first. And then once you recognize what liquidity is taken out first, then you take and look for evidence of the opposite direction, okay? That is the easiest way to trade CPI. And yeah, just be careful with holding positions before CPI because CPI has a tendency to take out both sides, buy side and sell side. So, with the easiest way
you very
to
much
trade
for joining.
CPI,
I appreciate you
staying here and watching today. I hope I was providing
be
something of
careful with
value.
holding
If so, like and
positions
hit that
before
like
the
CPI
button and
because
subscribe.
CPI has a tendency to
I
take
hope
out
to
both
see you again on
sides,
future
buy side and
streams,
sell side.
and really glad
So,
and fortunate to be able to meet other traders, other
with
ICT
that,
traders.
easiest
Thank
way
you
to
very much
trade
for joining.
CPI,
Some burgeoning, and I appreciate you staying
traders
here
as
and
well.
watching
So,
today.
I hope I
yeah,
was continue to
providing
provide
value
with
holding
my
positions,
insights,
hit that like
I'm
CPI
looking forward
because
to
watching
CPI has a
ICT
tendency to
trade.
take
I
out
hope to
both
see you again on
sides,
future
buy side and
streams,
sell side.
and really glad
So,
and fortunate to be able to meet other traders, other
with
ICT
that,
traders. Thank you very much for joining. Some burgeoning, and I appreciate you staying here and watching today.
tomorrow morning.
I hope I was
continue to
providing
provide
value,
holding
holding
positions,
drop a
hit
comment,
that like
I'm looking
CPI
forward
because
to
CPI
watching
has a
chat
tendency to
I
take
hope
out
to see you
both
again
sides,
otherwise
buy side and
streams,
sell
and
side.
really
Gets
glad
so
today.
make sure you sleep
well,
well.
traders,
With
other
that,
easiest. Thank you very much for joining. Some burgeoning,
just like we did
now.
Staying here and watching today.
Tomorrow morning.
I hope I was
continue
providing
value,
holding
holding
positions,
drop a
hit
comment,
that like
I'm looking forward
CPI
to
because
watching
CPI has a
chat
tendency to take
channel
out
channel
both
again,
sides,
otherwise
buy side and
streams,
sell
and
side.
really gets glad.
So,
Make sure you
right.
sleep well,
So,
traders.
with that,
take
care.
care.
Yeah,
You today.
some burgeoning,
Just like we did now.
Staying here and watching today.
Tomorrow morning.
I hope I was
continue
providing
providing value,
holding
holding
positions.